Ya, selamat malam semuanya. Em, Kali ini gue akan bermain game Autopsy Simulator. Gak usah lama-lama ya guys, langsung aja kita play.
Office of the Medical Examiner, Beatsville. Dr. Jack Hanman is speaking. How can I help you?
Good evening, this is Kate Brooks. I'm not sure if you remember me. A few weeks ago, we talked about an article I'm working on. It's about your wife. I dropped by last Friday to speak to you, but you weren't working at the time. I asked the security guard to pass on a note for me. I would like us to discuss the topic of...
I thought I had made it painfully obvious for the last time. No! Please don't call me again and stop inquiring about my wife. Damn journalists. They don't let me work. God damn it. I'm not in the best frame of mind to record a lecture for my students now. I'm feeling completely broken. Where did I leave my meds this time?
Check the bedroom for your pills.
They definitely pay me too little for this.
Hi, this is Kate Brooks, a reporter. Oh, yang tadi nelfon ya. Iya, yang tadi nelfon ini. Skip. Oke, kita mencari kamar mandi. Oke. Bedroom. Kosong guys. Oke.
Okay, time to pull myself together. And get back to work.
Udah minum.
I need to set up the camera first.
Take the camera from the storage room. Ambil kameranya di gudang.
This place is starting to look like a horror. Now remember, Jack, don't forget, hit the record button this time. Hopefully the new tripod is going to hold up. Now, I just have to get everything in frame. This should be fine. November 20th, 1991. Time, 8:43 p.m. Recording for medical students from the University of Missouri. This autopsy is conducted by Jack Hanman. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the autopsy room.
Welcome
Today,
to the
you will have the dubious
autopsy
pleasure
room.
of following a full autopsy, step by step. For those of you who have already performed your first autopsy, this will refresh your basic knowledge. In turn, for those whose knowledge is only theoretical, I advise not to watch this after a meal. Let's start. Always wear an apron, mask, and gloves. Goggles are a must when the job is splashy. And in case of sharp accidents, it's worth having disinfectants at hand. It's true that you won't get ptomaine poisoning straight away, but if your liver or kidney aren't doing well, you may end up with diarrhea. The cadaver is placed on its back on the autopsy table. The pathologist stands on the right of the deceased. Make sure that all the necessary tools are always at hand so that you don't have to run around looking for something, like I do all the time. In the process of revealing and securing forensic evidence, it is difficult not to interfere with the original condition of the deceased. Written and photographic documentation plays a vital role throughout the entire examination process. During your research, many entries are visible at first glance, but sometimes they can be covered for more interesting stories. And lastly, during your research, be patient, inquisitive, but above all, attentive to detail. Many entries are visible at first glance, but sometimes they can be cover for more. During your research, be patient, inquisitive, but above all, attentive to detail.
Okay.
Now, onto the police folder. That will contain all sorts of pertinent information as to who the deceased might be and what potentially happened to them. So, let's take a closer look, shall we? The deceased's name is Tobias Chambers, locally known as Old Toby. Homeless and unemployed for at least a couple of years, the deceased was found on the outskirts of a parking lot at a gas station, where he often begged and persistently offered drivers to wash their car windows. The body was noticed by a station employee during the morning shift. Initially, he thought that someone had thrown some boots and a coat in a nearby ditch. It took signs of libation were found around the body. Empty bottles. He worked most of his life at the local port dealing with unloaded cargo. He was fired for being... That's it. It's worth remembering the context around the scene of a death. This allows you to better interpret any traces found on the body. I shouldn't start the procedure without gloves.
Pakai sarung tangannya dulu.
Now it's our turn to take some pictures for our files. If I can just remember where I left the camera. It's in here somewhere. It's been a while since the eye wash in this thing was changed. It's probably a health hazard now.
Drawer. Oh, ini.
Aha! There you are. I knew it was here somewhere. As I mentioned at the beginning, before we begin the internal examination, we need to document the cadaver and the condition it arrived in. We begin with a full body photo. Try and stick to the top-down rule, but this is not always possible. Let's keep in mind it's all about the legibility, not the perfect frame. Voila! Now we move on to the next step, looking for traces. Take your time. Look at the corpse from different sides, from different angles, up close, and from a distance. You're looking for anything out of the ordinary.
Find marks on the body to photograph. Di jari tanda-tanda yang luka.
A poorly healed wound. Looks old. I'll take a closer look later.
Good. Mana ini? Oh, nih palanya.
That's something interesting. It will be necessary to check whether this injury was severe enough to cause damage to the brain. Hardened hands, worn out by physical work, and frostbite?
Baik.
Some wounds in the feet and signs of frostbite, probably because the subject's shoes were too small.
Sepatunya.
In a moment, we will check which of our initial observations will be worthy of further consideration. But before we get to that, I need to write down some basic data.
Perform the autopsy.
Personal information. The deceased was unclothed.
Namanya
Date.
Tobias Chambers.
Okay. As you can see, I note everything down on previously prepared forms. Every pathologist must keep a detailed record of every step of the autopsy.
Umurnya
This not only allows you to track the procedure, but also collates the results together, upon which you may back up your conclusions. So, enough of the boring prep. Let's begin by taking a closer look at the spots I photographed earlier. For this, you're going to need a magnifying glass.
Magnifying glass. Caranya? Oh, ini.
Which spot first? Here we can see frostbite on the fingertips. We can tell by the characteristic skin color. It looks like a burn mark. No doubt painful, but it's not pertinent for this case.
Kepalanya ini.
I can confirm the presence of ecchymosis on the deceased man's head. The appearance indicates the intravital nature of the wound. Add alcohol, which I can clearly smell, and this was an accident just waiting to happen. Definitely a painful mix of frostbite, abrasions, and blisters. Old Toby had been wearing shoes too small for him for a very long time. That's if he wore any at all. So far, there are a lot of superficial wounds, but only one serious injury to the head. Let's go
Ini
back
game
to our
horror
notes.
bukan sih guys? Kok nggak ada jump scare ini? Highlight the previously found wounds on the clipboard. Ini maksudnya apa ya? Oh, clipboard ini.
First, I marked the location of the head wound. Definitely an important clue. This is something we'll investigate further. We're not in frost season yet, but high humidity, even though this type of wound didn't contribute to the deceased's death, we're still required to record it. If Toby's body was cold for a prolonged period, the frostbite could have resulted from the body's defense reaction. The safety of the internal organs is more important than fingers, nose, or ears. As you can see, we don't have much to go on. Let's write down what preliminary causes of death we can think of. Various types of accidents are a common cause of death among the homeless and the elderly. Perhaps old Toby slipped and accidentally hit his head. Considering the conditions in which he slept, his body may have become hypothermic. This is of no interest to us. The nights have been particularly nasty lately. We will check if there are any signs of freezing internally. Since the deceased clearly smelled of alcohol, I'll add alcohol poisoning to our list.
Put down the clipboard and continue the
We still have one thing left from the basics, rigor mortis. Well, we take our deceased by the hand.
rigor mortis. Ini gimana ini? Oh, di sini.
Gradually we raise it.
Eh. Lah.
Now let it go. As you can see, the hand falls loose. What's the conclusion? Death must have occurred more than 72 hours ago. The police information appears correct.
Sudah lebih dari 72 jam yang lalu.
Head trauma seems the most promising, so we'll start there. For this, I need an oscillating saw. The cut is made from ear to ear. After which, we remove the skin and the top of the skull.
Not bad, not bad.
After the basic examination, we can see that the brain's cerebral gyri in both hemispheres are symmetric.
Gila.
The brain looks good. Let's take a cross-section. Some pathologists prefer to examine organs without removing them. However, for me, it's much more convenient to examine them on a board, which we'll do now.
Lift the body.
Holding a long, narrow blade knife in the dominant hand, we slowly cut the cranial nerves on both sides, all the time pulling the brain towards us. So far, so good. The hematoma seems to have had no effect on the brain.
Hematoma. Autopsy. Okay.
We can rule the fatal accident out as well.
Wall.
Brain is in good condition, so we have no choice but to proceed to the internal examination of the other organs.
Apa ini?
I grab a scalpel from my kit.
Select the scalpel and begin cutting.
The incision should be in the shape of a letter Y.
Menarik ini.
We use a deep cut to reach all the way to the ribs and to penetrate the abdominal wall.
Oke. Ini nggak bisa usahaan. Kembalinya pelan-pelan.
All right. Now we peel back and separate the skin.
With unlimited. Oh. Oke.
Now, we need to remove the ribs. We'll need the loppers for this.
Loppers. Wih, tang. Oh.
Quite a satisfying crunch, for some anyway. After removing the cartilage tissue, we instantly notice two things. Firstly, there is no congestion of the internal organs. This means that although the deceased was hypothermic, it didn't kill him. Secondly, the deceased smoked like a chimney. So, we should take a closer look at those lungs.
Lungs.
We can see widespread black and tarry deposits caused by smoking cigarettes. Despite the tragic condition of the lungs, they are not the cause of death. Alice smoked too. It didn't kill her, but... what was I talking about? Lungs. Yes.
Paru-parunya
Advanced
hitam
inflammation.
karena si jondonya merokok.
What
Blood
now?
collection.
The syringe. Now's a good time to collect some samples. Specifically, 3. From the eye and from the bladder, we draw about 10 milliliters of fluid. 5 milliliters from the left ventricle should do it.
Tuh, di mata.
Vitreous humor analysis is very useful in indicating long-term alcohol abuse. Now we take our samples to the centrifuge. But before I do that, I need to find my notebook.
Kalau dia
My dyscalculia means that I always double-check the settings.
meninggalnya karena alkohol atau bukan.
Please excuse me while I run and fetch it.
Retrieve the notebook from the office. Office ini.
We put all of the samples into the rotor.
Put. Place the sample. Put.
Now, we set the appropriate time and speed.
15 menit. Speed 70%. Eh, 15. Sini. Speed 70.
Okay, let's roll.
Start. Putar centrifugal.
Oh shit. The fuses again.
Kenapa ini?
My old but trusted centrifuge. Ideal for all the fluid tests I need. My old but trusted centrifuge. Ideal for all the fluid tests I need to perform during an autopsy. A considerable collection.
Eh,
Where were we? Oh, yes. The blood alcohol concentration.
siapa itu?
Let's see what we've got here. Everything's separated as it should. Our lab is closed until tomorrow after the last, incident. However, considering that Toby's favorite eau de parfum appears to be ethanol, I'm guessing the results won't surprise me at all. Let's go further. We will now focus on the cardiovascular system, specifically the heart. We remove the organ and examine it closely. We look for dark hypoxic areas, clots, or other elements that stand out as abnormal. At first glance, the heart looks fine. The pulmonary trunk and aorta seem to be in good condition. There are no pathological changes that would have contributed to Toby's death.
Apa ini?
Now let's take a closer look at the stomach. Size is normal, healthy, pink color, and as expected, the stomach has no major external damage. We must now cut it open and inspect inside.
Ginjalnya. Perut normal. Apa ini?
We will do it carefully so that its contents do not spill out.
Dissect the stomach important. Okay. Okay.
We open the stomach along the greater curvature, from the heart to the pyloric end. Oh, I already feel like there's something left inside.
Bunyinya renyah banget ya. ASMR.
Okay, large amount of gas, small amounts of yellow, grayish food content, resembling some kind of meat. Either our deceased hadn't eaten in days, or the bulk of his stomach had already found a way out. Looks like I'll have to find the missing contents. There are two ways here. One is obvious, and the other is... It couldn't have been suffocation, could it? I'll add this to the list and move on to the deceased's neck.
Trachea.
At first glance, the trachea looks normal. Same result as with the stomach. The external inspection doesn't tell us anything. This time we'll cut on a tray. While cutting such a small organ as the trachea, we must make a precise incision.
Tracheanya dipotong lagi.
To be able to cut with the very tip of the blade, we must hold the scalpel as we would a pen. And after careful examination and deduction, we've got it. A clogged trachea. It's time to summarize the whole thing.
Tracheanya tersumbat.
Based on the report and preliminary documentation, it's safe to assume that the deceased passed out after consumption of alcohol and then fell asleep on his back. Then, the gastric contents refluxed and flooded the airways, causing death. That's why we don't forget about the recovery position at dorm parties.
Jogging. Jadi dia minum alkohol dalam jumlah banyak terus kayak tersedak gitu ya. Dead control, dead gag reflex.
And now it's all clear. The death
Accident.
was suffocation. Now, signature. The mystery is solved. But for us, this is not the end. First, the dead body needs to be cleaned up.
Ciu. Terus
For this, we will need to close the body and grab the needle. First, we unroll the skin flaps. And then, we sew the deceased back up.
select the needle. Dijahit.
I'm using the baseball stitch technique. This stitching method is very strong and quick to do.
Cepet ya. Oke.
Beautiful. Now we say goodbye to the deceased and put them safely in the fridge, ready for the next stage of their journey.
Apa ini? Masukin ke
God, I'm tired. I'll drop these samples off at the lab on the way to the bar.
head to your car.
I'll call Steven. I don't feel like drinking alone today.
Ya Pak. Buka nggak nih guys? Oke. Apa ya? Apa? Mimpi ya? Orang malu.
Forgive me.
Oh iya.
What? Christ. What a dream. Fuck.
Take your pills.
So much light everywhere. A pill a day keeps the defective Jack away. It's a shame these won't help with my hangover. It's just too dirty to use. The fucking phone.
Rumahnya besar ya. Apartemen.
Okay. I know I'm late. I'll be there soon. It's not like the dead are impatient.
Jack, no.
Alice? Who is this?
It's Charlotte Graves.
Oh God, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you. I thought it was work calling.
It's okay. I hate it when work calls me at home, too. How is everything? We haven't talked since... you know.
Well, there are good days, and there are bad days. What can I say? At least I can hide away at work.
Well, you always were the most comfortable in the dissecting room. Listen, I have an unusual request.
Okay, how can I help?
It's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask, do you have any pictures of Alice? Maybe one where the two of us are together? I'd love to have something to remind me of her.
Jadi
I
Alice ini
guess. I'm not sure.
istrinya,
I'll look through her things.
tapi
Thank you.
kelihatannya udah
I'm sorry to
meninggal
trouble
gitu
you
ya.
with this. All this can't be easy for you.
I'll get through it somehow. I've been meaning to sort through her stuff for a while. Have you asked Stephen if he has anything?
Yes, I spoke with him this morning. He said he gave everything to their mother and that I should ask you.
I see.
Jack, I know you're trying. That you cope somehow. Stephen's there for you. Although, well, we all know how he can be. But, I mean, if you wanted to reminisce about Alice, talk.
I really should go now. I overslept, I'm late for work, and I still have some errands to run on the way.
Oh. Okay, sure. Sorry to keep you.
I'll look for something and send it over. Thanks for the call, and bye.
Oh, do you have my address?
Not on hand. You'd best remind me again.
292 Browning Lane, apartment 432, Johnson City, New York, 13790.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you. It would mean a lot to me. Just miss her so much.
Yeah, me too. And that's okay. Really, no problem. You too, Charlotte. It was nice to hear you. Well, that was a bit unexpected. I should probably find something to send.
Find a photo of Alice. Ini.
Some days, I just feel like setting fire to all this paperwork. It hurts too much to look at these, but I can't throw them away.
Fotonya di mana nih? Nih.
It's been almost a year. These were from Thanksgiving. Stephen invited me. Alice and Charlotte in Amsterdam.
Oh,
It's hard to believe they've known each other for so long. It would be better if Charlotte had this. It deserves to be on display and not hidden in a drawer.
envelope.
Okay, time to go to work. I'm seriously late.
Sepi ya. Post the letter in the mailbox.
I should grab some coffee and aspirin on the way. Oh shit. Almost left the door open. These fluorescent tubes are brutal.
Exit.
I hope this helps, Charlotte. Okay. All done here. Time to go. Huh?
Oh, siapa yang lari?
Damn. I forgot my jacket. Well. I'll brave it for tonight. Too bad. nice and fresh. At least it's peaceful here.
Pittsfield. Medical Examiner. Assalamualaikum.
Good evening, Mr. Ridley.
The timesheet, Hanman.
Remember to sign.
Some corpses have more personality than this guy. Christ. Who leaves the window open in the middle of November? So I'd better check the answering machine.
Check your voicemail.
Hi, Jack. I dropped by a little early today. I left the body with Ridley in the corridor. He wasn't sitting in the locker then, so maybe he'll even throw him into the room. Well, how are you doing? I mean, it's your first birthday without her, and... This, I still have a hangover, and you know me, I run to the John like the neighbor's fucking dog. You know, today I slipped on his shit again. That fucking furball. He always has to shit next to my car. Anyway, I can't come over in the evening, but we'll catch up on the weekend, okay? Bye. I almost forgot. Charlotte called me this morning. She asked about you, so answer your calls, Jack. This time it's not a reprimand for being late.
That's par for the course. I wonder when this clown will learn to look under his feet.
Inspect your muffin.
Birthday. I actually forgot it was today.
Small
Alice
clown.
baked me muffins like these every birthday. A treat for later. I always crave something sweet after a section. Okay, joke's over. Apron, gloves, and get to work.
Laboratorium.
Ah, man. I remember you. You were on that talent show. What was your name again? I need to order another batch of these. I've got to remember to do that later. And that's the whole point. Steven laughs at me for recording everything. He says I have a bigger collection of stuff like this than most of the creeps he's caught. November 21st, 1991. Time, 9:13 p.m. The autopsy is conducted by Jack Hanman. Lecture for the Medical University of Missouri. After yesterday's lecture, you should already know the ins and outs, so today we'll be consolidating our knowledge. So, where do I start? That's right, police folder. Ah, yes, Samantha Barker. Now remember, there's probably gonna be a lot of chatter about this. Found in her own apartment by police patrol. Officers were called by a concerned friend of the deceased, who had been unable to contact Barker for several days. During the interrogation, a friend of the deceased admitted that Samantha never got to grips with the sudden fame after her first album became a commercial success. She was hit with a creative drought. She suffered panic attacks and severe sleep problems. Drugs and medication came in. The deceased was found in her own apartment, in a semi-recumbent position on an armchair. Large quantities of alcohol and empty packets of sleeping pills were also found in the apartment.
Masih ada. Udah.
When questioned, friends admitted that Samantha's last days before losing contact seemed extremely happy and relaxed. She also quit drinking alcohol and mentioned something about rehab. The friend also admits that there was no indication of an impending tragedy. Well, let's see what settled this matter. Okay, now we can continue with the examination. Again, begin by taking photographs of the cadaver. I guarantee that over time it will cease being embarrassing for you. First, we photograph the whole body.
Whole body. Okay.
And now, any suspicious-looking marks or wounds.
Wounds. Oh, lehernya kenapa nih?
Interesting. Very uneven. We need to investigate this.
Perutnya kenapa?
You don't get such bruises from a normal contusion.
Tangannya ya?
Yes, I've seen this many times. Well, there's even more here.
Frostbite. Mana lagi nih? Oh. Lebam.
A few we will need to look into here.
Hanging mark. Apa bunuh diri dianya?
Notes prepared. Time to take a closer look.
Samantha Barker. Inspect the area.
Some furrows have imprinted more strongly, others less, as if someone was, undecided. The number of bruises suggests that there may have been some kind of tussle.
Banyak lebam-lebam di pundak. Apa bagian dada tuh?
Such bruises are caused by either a very heavy blow or by some internal issues.
Tangan.
And here's something interesting. The skin of the deceased is covered with numerous blisters. Some of them are ruptured. Others still contain fluid residue.
Tangannya. Kakinya ini mirip
More
sama yang
numerous
tadi.
blisters.
Oh enggak. Ya blister.
We have some leads to investigate here. Let's write this down.
Report.
On the neck of the deceased, we can see clear furrows, indicating that strangulation may be the probable cause of death.
Possibly from
Given the condition of the deceased, it's difficult to tell immediately. In general, such blisters usually appear in the case of mechanics. Currently, it's difficult to say whether the bruises were the result of a beating or whether it could be some kind of internal bleeding. Although it's easier to have abrasions on your feet, but the number and size of the blisters suggests that it's probably a matter of barbiturate poisoning.
poison.
Examination with a severed spinal cord, trauma to the larynx, or trachea will verify whether I'll add barbiturates to the list of necessary tests after examining the organ to be checked in the lab later. Given the testimony of the victim's friend, I add alcohol poisoning to the list of potential causes of Miss Barker's death. A blood test will no doubt quickly verify that hypothesis. But first I'll check for external traces. For this we use the good old UV lamp.
UV lamp.
I look carefully at the whole body. UV rays will reveal any traces. The area around the head is empty. Torso. The left hand seems to be fine. No marks. Right hand clean. Legs, there's nothing here. Well, nothing to surprise us here. Now gently, we take the deceased by the hand.
Rigor mortis.
And we check for rigor mortis.
Di tangannya. Turun. Naik.
Again, the hand falls freely. After yesterday, you should know what this means. Since we don't have a definitive lead, we will examine all the key organs one by one. So, I'm starting the internal inspection.
Scalp.
I dissect the skin of the deceased. And I proceed to deflect the skin flaps. Compared with yesterday's body,
Oh,
the deceased has only trace amounts of adipose tissue.
banyak lendir-lendir.
Now for the ribs. What do we have here? Or rather, what don't we have? There is certainly no sign of internal bleeding. Sometimes regarding bruising, it doesn't take much. My wife was constantly banging into furniture, walking into door frames. It's a wonder she never broke anything. Before I disembowel the deceased, I will take samples for toxicological tests to determine the alcohol content in the body. I just need my syringe. Just to be all done. I'll transfer these to the centrifuge. What was it? 15, 70, 10, 75? My old but trusted centrifuge. Ideal for all the fluid tests I need to perform during an autopsy.
Retrieve the notebook from the office. Oh,
Maybe one day I
ada
will
di
read my notebook.
meja kantor.
Numbers have never been my strong point. It's probably why I regularly forgot birthdays and anniversaries. I'm lucky Alice always forgave me.
Perlu minum pil nggak nih?
I've already taken my pills. Not looking to overdose.
Overdosis nanti kalau kebanyakan pills, obat. Ya. Semoga listriknya nggak kenapa-kenapa nih.
Gently does it with this old thing. Handle with kid gloves.
Values 15 menit 70%. 15 70. Oke.
I'm starting the centrifuge. Let's see what results come out.
Listriknya keren kan nih. Belum bayar
The
token,
laboratory
guys.
is already open, so...
Oh.
Fucking hell!
Oh.
Ridley! Mr. Ridley! Where is he? The fuses need resetting. Fuck it. I'll do it myself. I swear there was a flashlight in here.
Mana nih? Storeroom.
Whatever. I know where the switches are anyway.
Ini dia.
First the right, and then the left.
The right, then the left.
And voila.
Oke. Easy. Oh,
What?
apaan itu?
What the? Oh, for fuck's sake. Can't I work in peace? Jack Hanman speaking.
Easy, why so rude?
Steve? Sorry, man. This place is falling apart, and Ridley won't even lift a finger to help. You just can't work here.
Did the centrifuge strip the fuses again?
Yeah, eventually everything's gonna go up in smoke.
Look on the bright side. It's a free cremation with your autopsy.
Jesus, stop it. That shit pisses me off.
Kremasi gratis.
Okay, sorry, Jack. Anyway, I'm calling to ask how the autopsy's going. Soon there'll be journalists sniffing around for info, so we'd best be ready.
I'll whiz through this in a couple of hours. It doesn't look like a complicated case to me. More of a formality. The report will be available in the morning.
Sounds great. Thanks. Phew. How's your head?
Well, my head seems better than yours. On the way to work.
Holy fuck. Jack, turn on the radio.
What? What's happening?
Quiet.
A 3-car police convoy was involved in an accident near Pete's Bay Bridge while transporting prisoners to Orleans Parish Prison. At the moment, we do not know the exact number of victims or whether any of the convicts escaped. However, the scale of the accident indicates a large number of victims, possibly even fatal ones. Police are on their way to investigate the incident and secure the area. We know that the injured prisoners are on death row. The police were to transport them to their execution, which was to take place tomorrow morning. Many of them are very dangerous criminals. We will report on the matter on an ongoing basis, so
Jadi
stay
ada
tuned
tahanan
with
yang
us.
kabur.
What? Was... Steven... Was Red Pete one of the passengers? He was, wasn't he? What if he survived?
Jack, I have to go. They want me on site.
What if he survived?
I gotta go. Talk to you later, okay?
Fuck. Calm down,
Ada
Jack.
tahanan yang
Pills.
kabur. Lu
I
minum
need
pil.
my pills. You heard him, Jack. A serious accident. Lots of victims. He's definitely dead. Yes. Nothing's going to happen.
Kenapa dia takut banget sama si Red Pit ya?
Christ. I've got to get back to work.
But
What?
here tutup sendiri pintunya.
Technical break. At least I know I can pursue a career as a janitor if I need to. My own fucking hell!
Kenapa?
Alright, let's see if we were able to get anything out of this piece of crap. And miraculously, yes.
Radio ya.
The samples did spin. I'll transfer them to the chromograph in the lab.
Place the samples into the rack. Kita kembali ke lab.
Alright, let's load this up. I placed the test tubes in the rack.
Place the... Okay. Take the pipette and set 5 milliliter.
Now, just take 5 milliliters from each.
Set the pipette. Apa ini? 2, 3, 4.
Precisely.
Action. Eh. Oh.
And the next.
Ya. Set 10 mililiter. Good. Oke. Masukin. Tekan.
5 more.
15. Jadi digabung semua ya. Oke.
We put the prepared sample into the machine.
15 mili semuanya. Place the collected di sini. Alat apa ini?
Let's see what we have here. The results indicate that the deceased did consume alcohol shortly before her death. However, this is not an amount that could cause poisoning leading to death. Just slight inebriation. I can return to the body and continue the rest of the examination.
Penyebabnya bukan.
The chromatograph results show that we can eliminate alcohol poisoning from our list of potential causes of death. However, remember that alcohol can affect the functioning of the entire body.
Oh, bukan keracunan alkohol. Tapi dia bisa.
It disturbs the heart rhythm, accelerating its rate, and dilutes the blood, which may result in more severe bleeding in the event of an accident. Also remember that alcohol affects the metabolism of drugs in the liver, which I'll now look at in more detail. First, I'll pick up the syringe again. I'll take samples from the liver and the heart to test the concentration of barbiturates in the body.
Barbiturates.
That's enough. I'll do the test later. I'd best not try my luck with the centrifuge right now. Now I removed the liver.
Liver.
No lesions. However, it is slightly enlarged. Perhaps it's a slight inflammation or drug-induced damage. It may also be the result of the deposition of substances from drugs. Let's check the weight of the organ.
Timbang, liver, lalu ke tempat potong, timbang. Oh, nih. Beratnya berapa nih?
The weight is 1,300 grams. The liver is enlarged.
Okay. Lalu potong sini.
I'll move on to a cross-sectional study. Perhaps the enlargement is the result of early cancerous changes. The blade glides through smoothly. I don't feel like I'm encountering any changes with an unusual structure. No steatosis or cirrhosis. The liver is actually quite clean inside.
Clean. Potongannya clean. Livernya clean.
The liver is basically healthy. We already know that the deceased didn't abuse alcohol. The question is, what about drugs or other substances?
Bukan alkohol.
I move on to the heart.
Heart. Breaking my heart. Nah,
Oh,
kenapa nih?
at a glance, we can see signs of a heart attack. The deceased is definitely too young to have a heart attack due to natural causes. The liver is enlarged, not from alcohol poisoning, and the heart looks like it has collapsed. So, I guess we need to go to the centrifuge and check for these barbiturates. The last time I saw this kind of poisoning was a few years ago. I better check the data in my notebook. He was a middle-aged guy. He took his medication and forgot about it. So, he took another pill. He forgot again and took another one. All right.
menit 70%. Udah. Bener kan?
A considerable collection.
Kok bukan? Oh, ada change page. Oke. Barbiturate. Oh, ini 10 menit 75%. I know. 10 menit 70% ya. Tadi berapa guys? 10 menit 75%. Oke. Kursornya hilang-hilang mulu.
We close the centrifuge and pray that my old but trusted centrifuge, ideal for all the fluid tests I need to perform during an autopsy.
Lampunya, listriknya.
It looks like our luck is in.
Aman. Ambil
We can take the samples to the lab now.
lab lagi.
I wonder how she was able to get hold of these drugs. Okay, 2 samples this time.
Rak
6 milliliters each.
6 milliliter. Oke. Add kelebihan. Masukin. Terus banyak ya. Tadi 5, sekarang 6. Set ke 12. Oke. Ya. Terus
Well, let's see how much of it we find.
chromatograph.
Nothing surprising. Significant amounts of phenobarbital metabolites of hepatic origin. Looks like I'll have to check the contents of the deceased's stomach. The tests showed that the collected blood contained enough barbiturates to cause cardiopulmonary collapse. The question now is whether it was an accident or a deliberate act. I'm proceeding to examine the stomach. Before extraction, I ligate the entire organ to prevent its contents from spilling out. Okay, I'm now cutting out the organ, which will move to the board for dissection.
Potong lagi nih.
Normally, the stomach and intestines are full of surprises. But not this time. We see remnants of
banyak
undigested food and a dense mass of pills. You don't take this many drugs by accident. Length and width normal. No obvious pathological changes. Undigested drugs found in the stomach of the deceased. The direct cause of death was probably an overdose. I'll check the rest of the organs, and then the nervous system. We'll see how significant the marks on the lungs are normal. No
Overdose.
lesions. The victim was probably the deceased's trachea is normal. Complete patency. No, the deceased's intestine is normal. No clear pathological changes. Abdominal cavity checked off. We can check the brain.
Oke, dipotong lagi nih.
I make a cut to open the lid of the victim's
Udah
skull
potong aja.
and remove the brain.
Oh. Ngilu nggak guys? Ya.
Brain is normal. No obvious lesions. Alright. I need to dissect it on a board. Using a knife, I carefully cut through the brain tissue. I peek inside a bit, and... I don't think there's anything worth noting. As expected, the deceased's brain is in excellent condition. No discoloration or changes due to hypoxia. There is still the matter of the marks on the neck. They look superficial, but who knows? Maybe the spinal cord has been severed. I need goggles and a saber saw. I think the goggles were in the desk drawer. Oh, they're out there. Alice.
Kacamata. Kenapa dia?
Saw. I need saw. Fuck. I don't see it here. Oh. I know. I probably left it in the basement after its last cleaning.
Si itunya ya. Penjaga.
Mr. Ridley, I
Ridley.
need a key to the basement.
It's in the social room.
Why is the key lying at the... never mind. Thank you.
Social room.
Hey, him.
If only he could put that much enthusiasm into his work.
Social room sebelah sini.
I get the feeling that searching through this rubbish is more pathogenic than working with corpses.
Kan. Find the key. Mana keynya? Oh ini.
Please, may this be the last trip.
Head to the basement. Ini di mana sih? Wih. Basement di mana? Sini. Bukan.
Fuck. Why did the prison convoy have to get into an accident? Jack, take a deep breath. Deep, pleasantly cool breath. You're nearly finished with the autopsy. Then you can go home and rest.
Ini apa nih? Kok? Basement di situ. Jalan-jalan dulu ya. Ini ada apa? Gelap nggak ada.
I'll take the saw.
Kunci.
Fuck! It's jammed! Doesn't anyone do maintenance around here? Damn hatch. Damn red Pete. Will I ever again? Will I ever be free of that fucker?
No,
If only.
suaranya ya. Ini tadi nyari apa? Spine saw. Mana? Spine saw. Ini. Gila kaget gua.
It would be easier if I put
Jir.
things away properly. Damn student lectures and their fucking props.
Props. Properti. Mainan.
And like clockwork, he's already
Anjir,
sleeping.
tidur dia. Wah, gabutnya orang. Gaji buta. Finish the spine examination. Okay.
Sorry for the short interruption.
Kepalanya
I hope you all took the
separuh ya.
opportunity to grab some coffee. And now that I have everything I need, I'll move on to revealing the spinal cord.
tulang. Oh.
The spine is removed. I can see that the spinal cord was not severed. This shows that apart from the marks around the neck, hanging didn't negatively affect the condition of the deceased. Ladies and gentlemen, almost over. Now, to sum up and tidy away the body.
Ih, kosong semua.
The direct cause of Samantha Barker's death was a heart attack resulting from an overdose of barbiturates. Traces found on the body suggest that the overdose was a deliberate act, following a failed attempt to hang herself. The autopsy found no evidence or genetic materials indicating that death could have been the result of an attack. Third-party involvement must be excluded.
Dia suicide pertama dia hanging, tapi dia gagal, terus langsung minum obat sampai dia
Autograph,
overdose.
and we can start sewing.
Signature.
In the 1950s and 1960s, the use of barbiturates for suicide was actually quite common. I think it was most talked about after the death of Marilyn Monroe.
Close the body. Lah isinya pada kemana itu?
At home, it was a help and comfort. On
Feel like
death
the
row,
needle and
a
stitch.
farewell to the convicts. Well, we're done for today. Thank you for your attention.
Place the body into the fridge. Masukin ke
Tiring day. I can feel those hunger pains coming. I guess I'll have to pick something up along the way. Gloves in the trash. Leave the apron for cleaning. Now I can go. Camera. A nightcap will do me
kameranya
good.
belum matiin ya? Apa balikin? Mesti matiin dulu ya? Tapi di sini nggak disuruh sih. Nggak bisa diklik. Lanjut aja kalau gitu. Lanjut pulang.
Good night, Mr. Ridley. The police will pick up the body and accompanying documentation in the morning.
Sure.
I guess there are actually two things in this world you can be certain of. Death and Ridley's reluctant attitude. Alright, maybe three things. My whiskey on the rocks when I get home. So cold. I guess I should have brought my jacket to work.
Head back to your apartment.
This block can be quite intimidating when it's so quiet. Almost. Stephen didn't want to go, so I'll drink my whiskey in the company of my TV. Ah, shit. I forgot the muffin. Well, Ridley will have a nice treat for the night. I'm sure he'll be his happy, thankful self tomorrow.
Lantai berapa ya tadi? Eat that thing. Ini ya? Iya kan?
What? What? What the fuck? But I locked it. I'm sure of it.
Kecurian guys. Chapter 2.
Who the fuck did this? I don't have anything valuable. Money. They must have stolen the money.
Check the trinket box.
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh, kamar ya. Push.
Fuck! Great. That's all I need. What if it was Red Pete? She got it for her first day of work, and she broke it the same day. She said it was for luck.
Will you marry me?
I wasn't able to support her through this. Where? I need my pills. I can't get my thoughts together. Okay. I'm gonna have to report this to the police.
Steven.
Christ. Why did the neighbors not report anything? I'm calling Steven.
Seru.
Steven,
Now, Jack, I told you I'm going for a drink with you for another night in a row.
that's not why I'm ringing. Although I could do with one. Someone broke into my apartment.
What? Did anyone see anything? Have you called the police yet?
No, I don't think so. Anyway, no one contacted me. As for the police, I'm calling right now, officer.
All right. Do you want me to head around? Look for any trace evidence?
I don't know. No, I guess not. Honestly, I just want to lie down.
Gue skip
Are you
aja
sure?
ya nih.
'Cause it's no-
I
nontonnya.
think so. I don't know. That's probably some stupid holy money was stolen.
Money? From Alice's box? Oh, fuck. Listen, I can come over. I have the key. I'll drop by, do what I need.
No, lately, I don't know. If anything,
All right. Just if you whoever
I don't think.
take care. If you
I promise. Thanks, Steven. Sorry about that.
it's not.
Good night.
Jadi dia laporan ke Jack aja gitu. Jacknya nggak nyamperin. Terus lu ngapain ini?
What? I guess I should clean this shit up. Where to start? Shit. The glass in this thing needs to be replaced.
Jack, why?
I think I'm just tired.
Anjir. Kok ada istrinya?
I still don't understand why Alice liked this painting so much. There you go. To be honest, I could leave it like this. Maybe I could barricade the door with this. I should pack this thing away. I have no interest in DIY at the moment. Now I'm sure I won't get caught up in these papers. Alice's family should really have some of these. That's enough for now. Jeez, I'm exhausted. I'll get the rest in the morning. What a mess.
Oke. Oh udah, kirain loading. Good boy.
Oh yeah, I should take my
Kok udah
pills.
rapi? Terus malah berantakan.
I feel like it takes me forever to finish these things. That's enough.
Oke oke.
It will never look clean.
Change your
I need to
clothes.
quickly change and finish getting ready.
Ganti baju.
I'm gonna be late for work again. Got my keys, got my files. Check. Time to go. Remember to close the door properly, Jack.
Close.
I'll ask the neighbors tomorrow if they saw anything suspicious. I wonder if Ridley fixed the coffee machine.
Oke, turun. Mbak. Oke. Ini kalau bisa naik mobil
Maybe a
nih,
bit
seru
optimistic.
nih.
I'd
Jalan.
better grab a coffee on the way.
Sayangnya dia di skip gitu aja.
I'm exhausted.
Siapakah
I wonder who Stephen brought in today.
selanjutnya yang akan kita autopsi?
Good morning, Mr. Ridley. Oh, he's not
Duh.
here yet? No,
Hilang.
I'll do without him.
Mayatnya masih sih. What? Siapa tuh? Oi. Bisa.
Almost there. Now for the tough part. The body needs to be moved. Where's Ridley when you need him? All right. I just need some gloves and my apron. Then I can get to work.
Pakai apron, mic-nya,
I'm going to need my tape recorder for this.
sarung tangan, start recorder. Oh, start the voice recorder lying on the desk. Nggak pakai.
Autopsy dated November 22nd, 1991. 7:32 p.m. I begin by verifying the identity. It's most likely Harper Lloyd, age 35. Found in a well-owned house by her neighbors, Leonard and Dorothy Chelsea.
Masuk ke
Firefighters found
sumur.
the body after the Chelsea family began complaining that their tap water tasted strange. And at one point, it is also known that the deceased was diagnosed with affective bipolar disorder. Harper was placed on drug therapy. The last person who had contact with the deceased was her. Police records also show that Mrs. Lloyd was in constant conflict with her neighbors. The most important task in forensic identification of a drowned person is to distinguish whether the death occurred before or after entering the water.
Unboxing ya. Kita unboxing nih. Cewek apa cowok nih? Cowok kayaknya ya tadi ya. Oh,
Okay, that could have been worse. I carefully removed the victim's clothes so as not to damage the skin. One shoe was missing. The deceased was found
yeah.
fully clothed. I'm going to need the camera to document all possible suspicious marks. Definitely the first thing that stands out is the very advanced post. The skin of the deceased appears very delicate, smooth, and relaxed from being in the water
Cari
for a long time.
luka-lukanya.
The whole body is extremely pale.
tenggelam nih.
There are bruises and hemorrhages on the neck. These usually occur due to increased inhalation when fighting to breathe underwater.
Nggak bisa, nggak bisa bernafas.
Post-mortem markings are seen on the underside of the body. That is, on the back, thighs, and calves of the deceased. It's likely that the deceased was lying on her back when she was fished out. there are some obvious scratches on the skin. The skin on the hands can be easily separated from the body. The separation takes the form of a glove.
Mana lagi nih? Lukanya di mana lagi nih? Oh ini mah
The
air.
so-called washerwoman's skin on the feet. The
Keriput.
deceased had indeed been in the water for a long time.
Keriput. Taruh sini, taruh sini, taruh sini.
So, after the preliminary exam, it's time to take a closer look at this.
Oke, kita otopsi.
Today's date, the deceased was
Jendul.
clothed.
Belum
Rigor mortis does not need to be checked. Based on the state of decay, you can be sure it has subsided.
in water for over a week. Lebih dari seminggu.
Where to start? There are obvious scratches on the skin, especially on the back and hands. These could be defensive wounds, evidence of some sort of We see thick white foam in the mouth of the deceased, resulting from pulmonary edema. Foam is a characteristic in deaths due to drowning. The spots have a purplish blue-red hue, which is a typical sign of the death of the organism.
Noise. Tangan.
No obvious signs of struggle. The skin on the hands would have easily peeled away from the flesh. Some of the fingers have already lost their nails. Yep, pretty typical. Liver mortis are formed as a result of putrefaction of blood in the veins.
Bloodnya di pembuluh darah gitu ya. Ini satu lagi mana?
Due to the fact that the deceased was wearing shoes all the time,
Okay.
her feet are in better condition than her hands. Nevertheless, we can still notice a clear, wavy skin and the so-called washerwoman's skin texture. Okay, that's probably enough to indicate a direction for further examination. I'd better note that down in the records. Marks found on the neck and those abrasions, hands heavily wrinkled. There doesn't seem diffuse spots are caused by blood. Considering the deceased's penchant for drinking alcohol, it could have been a mere accident. Maybe it's just abrasion, or maybe the result of a fight and being pushed into a well. Fortunately, the skin, their distribution suggests liver mortis of a different color, a simple drip, loss of balance, and as a result, you end up in a deep hole with no way out. That's all for now. Before I begin the dissection, I'll make sure the suggested identity is correct. The suitcase with the fingerprint equipment should be around here somewhere.
Suitcase. Suitcase. Oh itu.
Oh, here it is. With decomposing bodies, the tissue of the pads and the fingers tends to shrink. To remove these shrinkages, a mixture of glycerin or air is used. If the body of the deceased is well preserved, fingerprinting is similar to that of a living person. The fingerprint sheet should always be checked. Slipping fingers, too much or too little ink, or inaccurate hand position can make fingerprints illegible.
Yo. Return to the autopsy.
I'm going to conduct a dactyloscopic examination. If in fact the deceased is in the police database, I will find her.
Okay. Focus on the subject hand and inject glycerin. Okay.
Glycerin is injected successively between the nail and the skin of each finger. The substance then enters the fingertip, removing shrinkage and wrinkles.
Suntik. Oh. Glycerin. Bukan listerin ya. Glycerin. Pakai G. Bukan listerin. Nilo ya.
Now I take a brush.
Take a brush.
Only when the skin is taut and elastic can you use ink.
Okay. What?
I think it's enough. I'm getting fingerprint samples. In the case of drowning victims, you have to be extremely careful. The skin may fall off the hand like a glove when you take the print.
Leave the corpse.
I'll use the fax machine to add the print into the system.
Take fingerprint. Habis diambil. Terus diffusing fax. Weh, ada donat. Dan apa Jiko nih? Fax.
Green button and...
Start. Sekarang masih ada nggak sih fax?
Once the data uploads, I'll run the prints against the police database on the computer. Great. The data is there. Click upload. Now, go through the database and find a matching print. Expect possible hours of fun.
Yeah. Drag all comparison.
One more. Analyze button. And we have a result.
Benar.
Everyone has a story to tell, even if it's just a police record. So, as
Namanya
predicted,
Harper Lloyd.
the deceased turned out to be Harper Lloyd. That went smoothly. I'll print this out and attach it to the medical records.
Printer di mana? Read the result. Oh, udah.
Great. Now I can go back to my inspection.
Return.
I'm adding the name of the deceased.
Okay.
I'll start the internal examination by taking fluid from the victim's brain. A needle inserted through the nose will do the trick.
Syringe.
If the victim was alive when she
Nose?
fell into the well, she must have swallowed water fighting for her life. And then diatoms, characteristics of pooled water like a well, got into the body.
Okay. Brain examination. Dipotong lagi ya. Ya nggak sih?
In the meantime, I'll check the sample under the microscope.
Oh.
I'm sure that these algae traces will be found in the samples taken from the well where police found the body.
Mikroskop di sini ya. Oh itu.
Now I need to adjust the knobs properly and place the diatom in the center of the slide. I won't even notice an army of diatoms from this distance. Oh, the aperture still needs adjustment. It's not a dirty and perfect. Great. This way I'll see if I'm dealing with a large concentration of these algae. Oh, the aperture still needs adjustment. The image is too dark. Oh, I'm finally starting to see something here.
Apa ini kotak?
It's man, perfect.
Nih,
As expected, we find the aforementioned algae in the solution.
algae.
Their upper part, Epitheca, which overlaps the lower, Hypotheca, is clearly visible. The presence of diatoms in the brain samples taken indicate that the deceased was certainly alive when she fell into the water and was possibly conscious.
Okay.
Since there were diatoms in the
Kita lanjut.
brain, it means that many more of them must have entered the body. Studies of the rest of the organs will most likely confirm this hypothesis. I can finally get to the practical part.
Select the scalpel. Kita
I
potong.
must be extra careful because the skin of the deceased is very stretched. I wouldn't want an explosion here.
Bah, hilang. Oke. Warnanya kok makin putih ini?
You can immediately see a very large swelling of the organs. In addition, all internal organs are very congested. I proceed to remove the rib cage. It's easy to see that the ribs have been imprinted in the lungs. So, I'm going to start by drawing blood from the lungs for testing for diatoms. If diatoms were only present in the lungs, this would mean that the victim was placed in the well after death, and the perpetrator wanted to get rid of the corpse in this way. Now, I remove the lungs and proceed to their examination. Taking the lungs in my hand, I feel that the tissues have lost their elasticity, which is the result of water emphysema. In addition, there is significant swelling of the organs, and as a result, we have a nice
Dark
imprint
red
of the
purple.
ribs. The emphysema itself, it's clear how far it's progressed, which is characteristic of drowning.
Kalau dia drowning, tenggelam, warnanya dark red purple. Okay.
Corpses found in water are worth examining with a tomograph.
It apa?
However, I can't count on such luxuries, so I must reach for a more archaic technology. A bucket and water.
Storage. What? Siapa tuh? Ini bucketnya.
I hope no one dipped a mop in it. It's best to go to the lab for this.
Drown test. Mana sih? Di sini ya.
Historically, the lung float test is used to detect infanticide.
Isi air.
The water should be at room temperature. That's enough. To test for this, I have to place the lungs in a container of water. This checks if there is air in the lungs. And speaking of lungs, everything is ready to bring them here.
Return the body. Oh, nggak di bawah airnya. Oh, langsnya di bawah. Hut, hut,
Jesus.
hut, hut.
Of course, such a study isn't without flaws. Air may have entered a newborn's airways during resuscitation attempts. Gases released during decomposition could also give a false result.
Take lungs.
In this case, however, it's about something else. Namely, the amount of fluid in the lungs. To test for this, I have to place the lungs in a container of water and wait to see if they fall or if they will float on the surface.
Apung dia. But tenggelam.
Just as I assumed, the lungs collapsed easily.
Berarti berat ya lungsnya.
Fluid could have entered the lungs during panic attempts to catch breath underwater, but it could also be the result of bacterial infections or cancer, so further investigation is needed. I move on to dissecting the lungs of the deceased.
Dissect. Oke, dipotong lagi.
You can hear the distinct, very unpleasant crackling of the tissues being cut through.
Suaranya.
The parenchyma is remarkably pale, although small hemorrhagic foci and petechia are present on the surface. All right. Now, I will check the collected fluid under a microscope. If we find 20 diatoms on the slide, it can be considered drowning, and our result is not false positive due to possible contaminations. I won't even notice the aperture still needs adjustment. Oh, I'm finally starting to see something here. Oh, I'm finally starting to see something here. It's not... and perfect. Great. This way I'll see if I'm dealing with a large concentration of these algae. It's not a dirty lens, I'm afraid. And perfect.
Banyak banget.
As expected. In solution, the diatoms are clearly visible. There are smaller and larger clusters of them. There will definitely be more than 20 of them.
Kayaknya banyak.
I'll make a note of all this. So far, this case looks pretty standard. It's clear from the beginning that it's drowning. Well, the procedure requires me to check everything anyway.
Drowning.
So, I move on to checking the other organs. I ligate the heart, and then remove it for inspection. Strongly developed putrefactic hemolysis of the organ can be seen at first glance. Apart from that, no signs of a heart attack or other heart disease.
Kedokterannya ini. Heart without sign of disease. Hemolysis.
I move on to the next organ. This time, it's the liver.
Liver.
It's immediately apparent that the deceased didn't care for herself. Like most organs, her liver is enlarged and severely congested. The beginnings of cirrhosis are visible in some areas.
Cirrhosis.
I transfer the organ to a board and proceed to dissect.
Oke, dipotong lagi.
The cross-section clearly shows dilated veins and many small hemorrhagic foci. I must admit that this is quite a feat, considering the rather young age of the deceased. Harper enjoyed drinking so much that she might not have lasted a few more years. I move on to the stomach. I take a sample of the fluid for testing.
Select the syringe. Okay.
It looks very turbid. I'll see what happens after spinning, but that's in a moment. Now, I carefully ligate the organ, then cut it off. It's enlarged, probably full of putrid gases.
Stomach.
I transfer it to the board and carefully open it, checking the contents.
Potong.
One thing you'd never get used to is how much this desk smells. Okay, the stomach is full of fluid and unidentified organic matter, so let's check the diatoms. Again, but in a centrifuge for a change. The problem with examining drowned people is being able to show whether the death was due to drowning or whether something else contributed to the death. Cramp, heart attack, drugs, homicide, or some accident. Such an analysis requires viewing from different angles and a careful interpretation of the collected data, including those from the field. That's why it's so important to collect as many samples as possible. Unfortunately. Huh?
Woi, suara siapa tuh?
I've already taken my pills. Not looking to overdose.
Ada suara air. Dikit. Song ya. Centrifuge.
Okay, this is one last little sample. Now, set.
Dia Tom. 35 menit 25%. menit lama juga. Berapa tadi? 25 ya? Bener sih? 25. Oke. Jepret nih. Ini bagus. Listriknya sudah bagus. Ada orang nggak? Nggak ada.
Done. I'll run it directly into the chromatograph and run it against the data from the police.
Oke.
I'm certain the analysis will show similarities between the fluid and water in
Lab
chassis
lagi
as well.
berarti. Buat cek chromatograph. Ya. Bacanya apa sih? Chromatograph. Chromatograph tadi 3 mil.
Let me think. 3 milliliters should be fine.
3 millimeters. Oke. 3.
Okay, now it's the chromatograph's turn.
Kita lihat hasilnya. Well, water.
Yes. The water sample matches the one provided by the police. Well, the results are quite clear. I was hoping it would be a more interesting case.
Gelap.
More diatoms. Analysis indicates the same origin. Blah, blah, blah. There's little left to do. I'm going to... Interesting. Looks like there's something stuck in the trachea. I'm moving to the board for further inspection. I dissect the trachea and open the organ. Inside, I find, based on the size, I can say that it's a woman's wedding ring. Quite standard from the outside. There's an engraving inside.
Take the ring. Udah. Oh, ada tulisan lagi.
What the fuck? But this is my ring. Alice's ring. But how did it? How did it? But this should be at home. I have it.
Wah,
At home.
baliknya nih.
It's. I have to check this out. Where are my meds?
Metrum.
Where the fuck are my meds? Jesus Christ! Hope these all make it go away.
Kok bisa ada
I have to check. I've already taken my. I've already taken my pills. Not looking to open.
go to your car? Lah, gak diterusin. Oke, balik. Pulang. Kita pulang. Alright, guys.
Mr. Ridley. Jesus Christ!
Pulang. Kenapa jadi jenis?
I have to check this out. This can't be real. Where is it? Where is it? Where? Please be there. It's not here. It's not.
Jadi
I need to go.
cincinnya itu pas pas dia pencurian di rumah itu dirampok, cincinnya hilang. Terus kenapa dimakan sama perempuan itu ya?
This is sick. Fuck. Come on, Steven. Pick up the fucking phone.
What's up, man?
They took the ring.
What? What ring? What are you talking about?
They took the wedding ring. Alice's wedding ring.
One sec. You mean burglary? You said nothing was missing.
Yes, I know that. I don't know. I was jittery. Maybe I didn't notice. I don't know, but that's not the worst of it.
Calm down, Jack. Breathe. What happened?
I found it in the trachea of the deceased I was working on. Do you understand? I pulled it out of a dead woman's trachea.
What?
I don't know what's going on. You think Red Pete wants revenge? He's playing with me. Huh? I knew it. I knew it from the beginning this was going to happen. I didn't make it up!
Jack, listen to me. Try to calm down. Don't leave the apartment. I'll be with you right away, okay? I'm on my way.
What sane person would do something like that? How? And when? When the fuck? Fucking Ridley lets in whoever he likes as usual. What are you saying? Steve. Steven? Don't leave me, man. Come on. Fuck. Oh, God, what now?
Bill,
Okay,
sit at your desk.
calm down. Just calm down. I need... Jesus. What's going on?
Whiskey. Loh, mana airnya? Transparan. Bagus.
Just one sip more. Yep.
Okay.
Jesus. Just one sip more.
Mabok nih.
Okay.
Mabuk kan?
All right. I can't do it anymore.
Lagi.
These reports will kill me one day. I'll have to finish it over the weekend.
Balik lagi. Pelan.
It's time to go to work.
Tup.
I should take out the trash first. Jesus. Fuck. Maybe I'll just ignore it.
Answer the phone.
Yes.
Hi, this is Charlotte. I guess I interrupted you again?
Oh, hi. No, I just... I wrote reports in those last sections, and I was just about to leave for work.
I always know when to call.
Yeah, definitely. What's up? How are you?
I'm good, thanks. What about you?
Okay, nothing new. I had a few days off.
Oh, that's not... Then, did you have a moment to look for something for me?
Something for you?
Well, the photo I asked you for?
It hasn't come yet? Oh, sorry, but I said it a week ago.
No, not yet. Maybe I'm too impatient. I'm sorry for rushing you. You have so much on your mind, I thought maybe you...
It's okay. Pills. So you see,
Yeah.
I have to go now.
Yes, sure.
Let me know if you still haven't received the letter. Then I'll try... well, maybe I'll find something else.
Oh, really? Could you? That... It would be great if you could. Really?
Yes. I know it means a lot to you.
Well, I won't hold you any longer. Thanks. Bye.
Bye, Charlotte.
Damn, did I mess up the address?
Rawe.
How am I gonna get those pills? Maybe I should invite Charlotte to do something herself.
Boom. Hilang pilnya. Take the trash out. Trash. Mana trashnya? Anjir. Bet. Kaget kirain orang. Ini ya. Apaan sih? Mana sih? Oh ini.
Ugh. Why is it so wet?
Dumpster. Di bawah.
Ugh. I shouldn't be this tired.
Okay. Throw the trash. Lempar. Wah. Ini apa? What?
I wonder if Alice's mother has a film of this photo somewhere. I actually hadn't thought about it before. I should call her on Friday.
Okay, next. Next pasien.
Oh, God.
Masih lanjut.
Why do I like sleeping so much? Huh?
Anjir suaranya.
Good afternoon.
Really?
Isn't it a bit early for you?
I missed our invigorating conversation. I think I'll get straight to work on this one. Focusing on something will do me some good. Christ, this one's heavy. Hey, Mr. Ridley, I need help. I can't lift this bag myself. Ridley! Ugh, wasn't easy, but at least I can start.
Find some protective gloves to wear.
A new package must have arrived. I guess Dorothy ordered it. I think I'll skip recording a video for the students today. They don't need to see me and the body. Ugh. And they'll still have the accompanying photos anyway.
Oh, udah gak pakai kamera lagi. Pakainya.
November 27th, 1991. James Evans Jr. Evans had previously been convicted of possession of stolen goods, robberies. Police photos show that the body was found naked and mutilated. Clothes, probably belonging to the deceased. The body was found inadvertently in the woods near Pete. The deceased's father. Sounds disturbing. I wonder what condition the body is in then. I'll start by opening the bag.
Wow, tanpa kepala.
Oh, fuck. I didn't expect this level of mutilation. This is going to be a dirty job. I'll check for the bag the police left. Maybe there will be something worth noting about the victim's clothes. Leather belt. You can see that it's been served plain cut. Classic jeans. No, dirty. The bloodstains don't appear to be related to any injuries on the lighter. Engraved with the police insignia. Stolen. It looks somehow... it's probably a coincidence.
Blood.
Interesting. Most of something stuck here. It looks like some kind of ecdysis scale. This could point to an animal being responsible. Mainly traces of soil. It's a bit like the perpetrator's pulled his shirt over his head. Certainly not my style. Is this?
Siapa lagi?
And here, another animal souvenir.
Animal.
It looks different. The only thing I can tell from the cloak. Okay, I'll take a look at the scales. They seem too different. Dorothy once brought an animal encyclopedia here. She performed an autopsy on an exotic animal smuggler. The guy suffered an accident while transporting illegal animals. Not only were the police needed on site, but it took nearly a day to round up his cargo. Dorothy had a hard time with that case.
Okay.
Did the impact kill him? Or did one of the animals he was transporting do him in? They even talked about it on the news. People were terrified that some reptile would just come out of their can and grab him. Okay, the book.
Compare the scale with example. What? Whoa. Whoa.
Who is this? All right.
Whoa.
Which page was it? Local. That's one smile you wouldn't want to get near to. Another menacing set of teeth. What kind is this? Ah, salt water.
Indonesia nih.
Oh, yes. This turtle turned out to be a killer.
Indonesia.
He ripped off the guy's wrist and tore him in a few other
Komodo.
places. Aggressive beast. I only need to concentrate on the crocodile chapter.
Komodo ya.
I hope that jaw could effectively kill.
Ini apa ya maksudnya? Oh, ini.
No, that's not it. Nah, this one here looks more like a handbag. Very similar, but the color is slightly different.
Eh,
Not a match. Oh, that was quick. I wouldn't expect it. Nope. It's a completely different color and structure. That's strange. I don't know why I'm even bothering to compare it. It's immediately... No way. I would expect something local. I certainly don't remember hearing of an animal escaping from the zoo. So, either someone donned in crocodile products was around the deceased, or one of them attacked him. I'll examine the body and take photos. If an animal attacked him, there'll be traces. Ugh, Christ. Why am I so tired? Some coffee would be nice. What was I supposed to... the pictures. I'll have to show them to Dorothy. Too bad that we no longer keep our ranking. With something like that, I would come out on top. There's been a case like this for a long, long time.
equip.
All right. The deceased skin is smooth and taut. This suggests an advanced stage of decomposition of the corpse.
Ini saya yang mana ya?
Nasty. It's unlikely that a human would make such a wound. Such a wound could not have occurred during the victim's lifetime.
Kenapa ada?
There are also clear traces of the deceased ankles being bound in some way.
Kelihatan ada yang ikat.
No head. That's not hard to miss.
Oh, ini gigitan. Gigitan buayanya.
No. And as expected, there's a bite.
Kok banyak banget? Lah.
interesting. This needs to be investigated further. This wound appears to have been made by a sharp instrument.
Banyak ya. Mana lagi nih? Satu lagi. Bukan. Tangan.
Evans couldn't have tied himself up like that. It looks like some sort of attack or kidnap. I need to gather my thoughts together. And look at these photos. It seems that this case... I wonder whether the decapitation took place before or... I should inspect these. The work of animals can be seen here. The question is which ones.
Bite mark from the board. Nini.
This looks very promising. The bite is clearly visible. It should be easy to compare it with the encyclopedia and identify the culprit. I just need to make it I hope I put it in right.
Ntar.
I can never remember whether it was image up or image down. At university, I didn't have facilities like a fax machine. Fantastic. Practically a one-to-one. Just some tracing paper, a pencil, and I can check these in the encyclopedia. Now, did I leave them in a drawer? Maybe a box somewhere? Ugh. I don't remember if I left them out somewhere.
Ini. Kan. Tracing.
They definitely pay me too little for this.
Ini dia.
Oh, looks like I can tidy up after myself. Sometimes. Archives. Just as lifeless as the corpses they concern. A very, nature-driven case so far. I'll have to consult the encyclopedia again. Good thing Dorothy left it here. Otherwise, I would have had to run back to my place to get some.
Atlas. Cocokin lagi nih yang mana nih jadi ini. Kok nggak ada?
I would be concerned if it was this crocodile that killed him. It makes sense. This would also explain the mold found in the clothes. It turns out that some of the wounds can be safely blamed on local alligators. However, we cannot blame them for the decapitation. It's not these animals we should be afraid of here. I should make some notes and start the autopsy. Ugh.
Games event.
And look for Mississippi alligator. It's strange that an alligator would leave such a clear and smooth
Buaya.
mark.
Buaya, bahaya. Buaya.
It doesn't look good. Evans wasn't decapitated with one cut.
Potong.
Several stab wounds of varying depth and circumference.
Kenapa ada stepnya ya? Kayak ada yang menikam dia.
It looks like the killer might have missed before they finally hit the neck.
Step. Stabbing.
The imprints are quite deep and even. From the looks of it, I'd say Evans was restrained with his own belt.
Tangannya. Tali.
The result of an animal tearing at its body, eaten skin, soft tissues, and genitals. There are even some teeth marks, but well, it Doesn't look like an alligator. The bite is firmly incorporated into the wound. A photo alone won't help me here. I need to make a cast and compare it. Looks like an uneven bite. It's worth taking a closer look at this. Maybe there will be some remaining teeth marks. Very strong binding marks. You can see peeled epidermis and small wounds. Evan's right side must have been more attractive to the crocs and insects.
Kulitnya langsung dagingnya hilang gitu ya.
There's no end to playing zoologist today.
So now, where are we going?
I need a tool with dental impression cement. Can I find it here? No. It's probably lying somewhere around in the lab. I hope the cement hasn't expired.
Obat.
I've already taken my pills. Not looking to overdose.
Ini ya.
A month after the due date. That could be worse.
Create a cast of bite marks around the groin.
Now I need to cover the bite area. Wait until it hardens. I think it's ready.
Examine the finished cast.
The cast looks quite contaminated from the other wounds in that area. Well, let's hope the imprint turns out better.
Take the apparatus from the suitcase.
Brush, ink, and paper. Similar to taking fingerprints. Paint over the area. And put a piece of paper on it. That's very strange. I'll run it through the facts and check it on the computer. I really don't want to believe what I'm seeing.
Fax machine. Criminal database.
Loading. What? Wow. This is, well, this is quite unexpected. Human teeth. Oh, fuck. I need to tell this to Stephen.
Tunggu sih. Analyze. No edge.
Maybe not everything is cataloged correctly. Maybe not everything is cataloged correctly. Loading. It'll probably take a while.
Melakukan. Tidak ya. Sama.
Loading. It'll probably take a while.
Sama ya.
Loading. It'll probably take a while. Finally. What? The partial impression I have may match several people. Okay, this one is in prison, so he's out. Another in prison. No, here's someone with quite interesting
Cannibals
tendencies.
murder.
Oh, he's dead. It doesn't fit. This one doesn't either.
Cannibal.
I'm afraid that the killer's profile is getting...
Return to the autopsy.
I'm going back to the body. I need to make a note before I start the dissection.
Okay, highlight the previously wound.
You can see that the tool used was sharp and smooth. So, what if it was torn tissue? This wound turned out to be more troublesome than... They look quite shallow. Someone must have inflicted these with some sort of primitive tool. Maybe something... the perfect breeding ground for larvae. Fortunately, the deceased doesn't care about it, just like we do now.
Decapitation mungkin. Kepalanya dipotong.
Alligators rarely kill humans. Due to the body fat of the deceased, I'm adding a heart attack to the list.
Mungkin di
Maybe Evans didn't live long enough to experience what happened to him. Man. I was hoping for an easier case. Time for internal analysis. Finally. First of all, I'll try to determine whether death occurred before the decapitation, or if it ended Evans' suffering. With the scalpel, I'll open the deceased's chest. I cut deep, in a straight line, avoiding... We see a lot of fat tissue under the skin.
fatnya banyak banget.
When I remove the ribs, I expect to see even more fat on the organs.
Select loopers. Okay, loopers ya. Loopers.
Correct. High levels of internal fat, organ size above average due to obesity. I move on to the lung analysis.
Lung and
The deceased smoked cigarettes. And this is the culprit. Well, it didn't look like the holes were that deep. Such hemorrhage could have been caused by hitting the chest with a blunt object, or a puncture directly affecting the organ. They appear to be of different depths. The cross-section is uneven. Open pneumothorax should be added to this. The deceased could have experienced extreme hypoxia, and, as a result, obstructive shock.
left treat.
I wonder what the heart looks like then. The organ is enlarged with very clear, but similarly to the lungs, there is a trace of puncture with a sharp object. In pneumothorax, the heart rate increases. In the event of such a wound, this would mean bleeding out faster and more. In turn, a sudden increase in the amount of fluid in the pericardial cavity could lead to cardiac tamponade, which is also a life-threatening condition. Evans, however, is remarkably clean. This all looks quite disturbing. The organ is fatty and enlarged. The beginnings of cirrhosis are obvious. Well, that's it. This time, nothing to write home about. So, I proceed to carefully remove the stomach. Like most other organs, it is fatty and clearly enlarged, not to mention swollen, partially due to gases, but mainly due to the deceased's lifestyle. I take the organ to the cutting board. If the outside is intact, I'm going to check the cut. It sounds like there's an unusually large amount of undigested, and now rotten stomach contents inside. Blood. Evans had to swallow it due to his injuries, which means he was still alive when he was brutally wounded in the chest. Only the trachea left to be examined. Surprisingly, it's not damaged by the decapitation. I move on to cutting it open. Okay. I carefully cut, and... blood. Just as I expected. Evans not only swallowed it... looks like I can wrap this up. Let me tie this together. After he was abducted, stripped, and tied up, he was dealt several penetrating blows to the chest. Then his head was cut off. Evans was deprived of his genitals, and the body served as an easy meal for the animals. Even though there were a lot of injuries on the body that could cause death, it was the decapitation that ended Evans' life. The animal bites in the limbs occurred after death, so there's no reason to treat these as the cause of death. The damage to the lungs and heart must have led to severe hemorrhaging, so there's no doubt that Evans was choking in bloody convulsions. But it didn't last too long, which I conclude from the small amount of blood in the stomach and trachea. I never thought I'd ever wish someone to have a heart attack, but in this case, it would have been better for him. In some way. It can be said with certainty that James Evans... oh well. I need to stitch this poor guy back up. It's really bothering me. Something's not right here. Because even now, the organs are relatively clean. The skin around wounds also... it's like... someone pumped it out? Christ. I'll leave these questions for the police to solve.
Okay.
And now...
Pulang.
I get to head home. It's a...
Pulang. Mari kita pulang. Mari kita pulang.
Good night, Mr. Ridley. The body is ready to be picked up. I think it's the first time in a long time that I finished work at a decent hour. Oh, come on. Fuck! When did I get a flat tire? What the fuck? Oh, come on. This is impossible. What's this supposed to mean? Fuck. I'm going to Ridley's. Maybe he saw something.
Go talk to Ridley.
Ridley, do you know what happened to my car?
What happened to your car?
All the tires are fucking flat!
Well, it happens. Don't you have a spare in the trunk?
Spare ones in the trunk. No one carries 4 fucking extra tires. In the trunk!
Jesus, Handman, calm down. I'll call you a taxi.
Calm down? That's a bit of an exaggeration, don't you think? Have you seen anyone around here? Someone strange? Suspicious?
Except you? No.
Haha, funny. I don't find all these jokes amusing, you know.
What jokes? Handman, what's
Oh,
wrong
yeah,
with you?
right, bit
It's
weird.
just tires.
Such things are not a coincidence. What's wrong with me? Things keep happening. Last week. And now this?
Just go wait for the taxi, okay? Fresh air would do you good. Neither you nor I will do anything about it now.
Neither you nor I will do anything? What have you been doing all day? Surely something like this can't just be overlooked.
Maybe you should go outside and cool down. I'm calling a taxi.
Cool town.
Go out and get in a taxi. Ini gua udah di luar. Taksi gimana? Sini. Udah bisa. Ini gua di luar.
I just want to sleep.
Oke.
It would be easier just to move in and live here. I doubt I'll get reimbursed for the cab. Huh? Damn. It's good evening. Any news for me? About my car? You know, the flat tires?
No.
No, what? Have you checked the camera? Ah, fuck me. I don't have the strength for this today. Have I taken my pills today? Did I take it?
Ke rumah lagi.
One. I need to focus. Fuck. I don't have much. I've already taken my. Not looking to overdose. Okay. One by one, Jack. Take it easy. Oh, a burning issue indeed. Then I'll move on to the body. Ah, shit. The lecture. I almost forgot. I'm gonna need the camcorder. This is making me nervous.
Storage room. Sit on the tripod. Di ruang bedah. Oke.
Oh well. This is not the best framing. Hello, everyone. It's the 20 something of November 1991. Jack Hanlon is conducting the
Jack
autopsy.
Hanlon.
Oh, I appear to be missing my gloves and apron.
Okay. Glove.
Yes, you already know the drill. So, the body is on the slab. Let's see what the police uncovered first. So, the victim is the exact cause of the fire has not yet been determined. However, the body was not found until the next morning. The tenant was naked, charred, and with severe burns. The deceased was sitting in an armchair near the TV. Pieces of pornographic material. Firefighters indicated that it was probably the large quantity of poppers found near the deceased and rapid spread of the fire. Well, that's our basic question. Whether the death occurred as a result of fire, or whether he was dead before it. As you can see, the body is in quite an unusual pose. For the purpose of photographic documentation, we'll leave it like that for now. This position is called the pugilistic attitude. This is due to the influence of high temperature on the muscles. The fire reaches the skin first, then the soft tissue, until the skeletal muscles are exposed. Coagulation occurs in exposed muscles due to their fibers shrinking.
Lumayan banyak ini.
The extensors yield to the force of the flexors. The muscles contract and contract until the limbs become. The upper ones are characterized by a triple bend, similar to a boxer holding his hands in front of him. Just 10 minutes will do it. 10 minutes for the muscles and tendons to contract like a steak on the grill.
Mana lagi nih? Mana lagi? Satu lagi. Gak nemu nih satu lagi nih fotonya. Di bagian mana ya? Wait. Tidak menemukan lagi.
In the end, we're all just walking meat.
Walking meat.
The deceased must now be straightened out, and we need to get rid of these bindings. He looks to have been tied. The deceased's neck and feet were most likely secured to his hands, and these were probably tied in front, at around the crotch level. Which explains why, despite the severe burns, the deceased's limbs are not... that's better. It's easier to straighten him now. Without taking out the magnifying glass, we already know that the deceased's skin is heavily charred and cracked.
Inspect the area of fracture where the identifying.
As for the other details, there are crow's feet visible near the eyes. Upper lip reveals front teeth. One of the incisors is broken. There's soot in the nostrils.
Okay. Looks good there. Take
The rope around the neck wasn't very tight. I don't see it leaving a mark on the skin. You can clearly see that this is primarily the front of the deceased that was exposed to fire. The victim sat in the chair the whole time, hence his back being in much better condition than this extremely burned area.
bakar parah.
The rope marks around the wrists are deep and clearly visible. Looks as if a large flap of skin had detached from the calf.
Melepuh ya kulitnya ini.
The rope at the man's ankles was tied much tighter and more precisely than the one around his wrists. All in all, quite a lot can be deduced from this external examination.
Highlight the privacy one.
Trace the eye cleanse of the tissue of the mouth was heavily burned as well. The severe burns, he appears to be loosely predominance of 4th and 3rd degree burns. The length of the rope was the burns reached through the dermis and hypodermis to reach the muscle. It looks like the deceased was a fan of choking while masturbating. It may seem incidental, but for us it's a sign that the deceased was... We need to check the damage inhaling all that smoke. Perhaps the deceased lost the extent of the thermal wounds on the wrists and burns to the genitals and the mixture of fear, sexual... In this case, I don't assume that this was a delayed death. Due to the amount of charring, we are unable to collect the victim's fingerprints. Visual identification is also out of the question. You can probably guess what
Wait.
options we are left with. You guessed it, a dental impression. For this, I need impression trays and alkanate material. Please excuse me for a moment. What I need should be somewhere in the lab. Ugh. Okay, it's going well. I should be able to get this done in time. Where are these trays? Towels, papers, jars? Nope, it's not anywhere on the counter. Maybe in this drawer. Oh, I'll warm this up in my hands. Okay, making an impression is quite simple. You put trays with alkanate into the mouth and press them Once the devices have been placed... apologies. They cannot be adjusted. Okay. Again, we will need a piece of paper, a brush, and ink. We will make a plaster model of the deceased's teeth from the obtained impression. We will then make an impression of the mold on a piece of paper, which will be scanned into the computer.
Giginya mana?
You see, it seems so simple and yet laborious. On the plus side, we don't have to worry about the gag reflex with the deceased. And no need to remind the subject to breathe either. At least he saved the high costs of orthodontics. My own but trusted centrifuge.
Yes,
Ideal for all the fluid tests I need to perform during an autopsy. Wow. Who would have expected a match so soon? Well, the deceased is Richard Jacobson, 47 years old. He had a criminal record and was recently in court for... Oh, wow. For not returning a videotape to the rental shop. Oh, Jesus. I better check if I've still got that copy of... where were we?
Alsop dia nggak ngembaliin entah itu film atau apa di tempat rental.
Okay, I'll add some details to the clipboard.
Oke, balik lagi.
Okay,
Kita ke
and we can move on to dissecting the body.
apaan ya?
This time, I'll go straight for the loppers.
Loppers.
I'll slice it piece by piece.
Wow.
Let me start here. I push hard several times. Until I cut a given section. You can see that using a scalpel would be pointless here.
Oh, dia lembek gitu ya. Kayak nggak bisa dipakai scalpel.
Solid crunch. Almost there. Now we peel back the skin.
Blup. Blup. Lah.
Now to remove the ribs.
Loppers lagi. Loppers.
And we can check out what's going on in here. And I see that a lot has happened. In fact, the entire abdominal cavity is flooded. Blood and other fluids have seeped from the blood vessels, flooding the abdomen and chest areas. We have to get rid of this. I'll go get a cup or a ladle.
Ladle. Ladle itu alat buat apa ya?
I think I saw one somewhere here. Aha. I don't have all night. I'm going to need a vacuum pump. Right. Running around for everything starts again. Why can't things be tidied away properly in this damn mortuary? I'm gonna get Ridley. I wonder where this... Mr. Ridley? Mr. Ridley? I'll just go to the basement and check.
Damn. Kita ke basement lagi. Semoga tidak ada yang aneh-aneh ya guys. Oke gengs. Oh, itu siapa woi? Woi. Woi. Jun. Siapa tuh? Bangke. Check the basement. Dah, kok pintunya enggak?
Jeez.
Oke.
I don't know what for. Rusty scrap.
Lock lagi dia.
God!
Noise.
Where is this infernal machine? Wow, that's heavy. Can I fit through the door with this? I swear I'm going to have an accident here one day. Like Alice, when she twisted her ankle on those stairs. We were supposed to go to the mountains
Seri
then.
belinya
It was
kemana ya?
supposed to be our first trip since...
Dia gabut
I
banget.
don't know how long. It's so... And Alice,
Handman.
because of me, as
Yeah.
always, she had to...
Handman, are you talking?
A letter. Fuck! Who delivers letters at this time? It's probably been sat in his office for ages. Just didn't want to move his lazy ass. We have the equipment.
Table for
Now I have to place it somewhere close to the table.
mesinnya. Oke. But jalan sendiri.
Phew. I can finally put this thing
Jadi
down.
kayaknya itu buat nyedot darahnya
Just...
deh nanti.
What? There's no tube? No one's used this for a long time. I apologize to you all once again. These lockers could contain everything we need, or simply filled with people's crap.
Lah,
What?
what the heck?
Ah, screw it. There might be something in here. Yep.
Oke,
I'm sure I wrote the code down on a piece of paper.
mana? Di office ya. Udah nggak?
They definitely pay me too little for this.
Oh ini 3649. Tiga enam empat sembilan. Tiga enam empat
Me and my memory for numbers.
tim.
What do we have here? Boxes of disinfectants, syringes, thread. Oh,
Tuh.
antiseptics. Maybe. Oh, that's it. About here.
Buang, buang. Ngapain sih?
I wanted to forget. Alice. I regret so much. Every day. Every fucking day. I can't. I can't take it anymore. Oh, God. I can't. How do I...
Anjir.
Phone. Oh, just don't think.
Minum pil dulu nggak sih guys? Mulai ya. Minum, minum. Wow. Wow, sabar dong. Sabar Jin. Siapa?
Office of the Medical Examiner,
Di sana.
Petersville.
Oh, Jack. I was hoping to catch you at work.
Hi.
Good. You,
That,
Jack, you're not on. You know I pick up the slack at work.
no, I
Well,
I really don't have the...
no.
Where are you?
Reminder about annual drug testing. I thought I'd leave some problem.
Sure, okay.
Jack, I'll you.
I have it all.
There was. I'll call. If I.
That's... wake up, Jack. Jesus. I need my pills. There's been a bit too much going on lately.
Seru
I
nih.
was supposed to collect the hose. I've already taken my I've already taken my pills. Not looking to overdose.
Through the box. Just get ambil.
Focus on your work, Jack.
Pipa. Selang buat
All right.
sejarahnya.
Here I am.
Yeah.
I hope that was the last long break in this session. So, let's connect the tube.
Apa ini? Set the pump to the full speed. Full speed ahead. Mana sih? Full speed.
We turn on the machine. With this amount of fluid, there's no point in holding back.
Seru. Wih, keren. Keren.
External examinations did not reveal any tissue defects that would reach the internal organs. Still a few nooks and crannies left. So, I expect the organs to be intact. In a way, it's quite extraordinary.
There.
That even with such severe burns, skin, fat, muscle, the organs are all present and correct. A reddish pink tint indicates high carboxyhemoglobin levels, the level of which I will determine from a sample of blood. I will be insert. What interests me here is not the presence of this substance itself, but rather its percent. But first, I'll need the values for the centrifuge.
Retrieve did not look from the office. Balik lagi. Tadi bukan udah ya bisa deh.
Ugh. I feel like I've been here forever.
Office.
Jack, focus. Just a little bit longer. Corpses recovered from the site of fire may have very different and complex history. Burning is only at the surface. Underneath, it may be a heart attack, stroke, or pulmonary embolism. This particular case appears quite basic.
Yang mana nih? Ini ya. 10 minute 85%.
However, I would warn against making a diagnosis too hastily. A fire victim does not always mean death due to smoke inhalation. The centrifuge has completed its cycle. So, as usual, I will take the samples to the laboratory, and I'll be back with the results shortly.
2 mili.
Ugh. What exactly was I supposed to test for? COHB. Ugh.
2 mil.
I'll take 2 milliliters of each sample.
2 millimeters. Okay.
Ugh.
Please.
Well, confirmed. Death due to carbon monoxide. All right. I'll note this down and perform a check of the organs. What? Where? Mr. Ridley?
Kok hilang? Sensor kompas depan kelas body. Anjir, kok hilang? Kok hilang? Kok hilang?
Why did he take that fucking body?
Ngompet dulu kali ya.
Ugh, I don't understand what's going on. I've already taken my pills. Not looking to overdose.
Not looking overdose. Oi,
Why did you take the body?
What body?
Well, the body. You know, from the autopsy room.
Christ, Hammond. I didn't take any of your bodies.
what?
So who took it?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
But I...
Get back to work. It's late.
Serius. Ada? Gak ada. Wow. Kemana nih, woi? Ini ruangan apa sih? Nggak bisa dibuka. Ya, masa sampai di luar? Anjir, jangan-jangan di basement. Iya nggak sih? Ya apa? Anjir, di basement. Basementnya udah kebuka. Gimana nih? Body. Gimana sih? Oi.
Something strange has happened. Did I imagine something?
Tadi isinya kepala, sekarang nggak ada. Udah balik lagi.
I think there's... I must have been seeing things. Results. Well, then we can... from the results... we can now be sure that the carboxyhemoglobin concentration was fatal. The organ has a reddish pink tint, which results from the concentration of COHB and general congestion of the organ. Other than that, I can cross this off my list now. We will look at the lungs more carefully.
Lungs.
From the outside, just like the heart, it is congested, and the color indicates poisoning. Thermal damage is visible here and there.
Dia poisoning karena kebanyakan menghirup karbon.
Enough of the external exam.
Kebakaran.
It's time to grab the knife and dissect the lungs.
Karbon dioksida.
I need to check for any obstruction, burns, or clots. Jesus.
Selanjutnya main game apa ya? Besok atau lusa.
Alright. You can see changes in the lung parenchyma caused by burns and smoke inhalation. Nothing new here.
Inhalation. Iya, smoke inhale terlalu banyak hirup asap.
So let's complete the notes. And let's check the trachea. The color is the same as the rest of the organs. Significant congestion. Let's see what it looks like inside. Okay, the final cut. There are visible burns inside, but what catches the eye the most is the amount of soot. Looks like our subject was in the thick of the fire. Let's deal with the final notes, and we're ready to go. Let's deal with the final notes, and we're ready to go. I considered the direct cause of death to be severe carbon monoxide poisoning, leading to extreme hypoxia of the body. The extreme burns on the deceased's body and respiratory tract indicate that he must have been surrounded by fire. During the examination, no other factors were found that could have contributed to the victim's death. Just need to add my John Hancock and sew up the body.
Mau gambar apa nih? Gambar mobil.
expose the body, trying not to damage what's left of the skin. As for stitching, well, it varies. It can be that the fire victims are... So for this job, a thicker needle and heavy-duty thread. Well, everything's holding together. Well, after storing the body, there's nothing left for me to do. Thank you for your attention. All the best, and good night. Ugh, my God. What an exhausting day. I need to get these gloves off and call a taxi. I swear I'm about to pass out from exhaustion. Oh, fuck. You're in sample. Oh, no. Okay, quick. I think I have a container in the lab or office.
Take a sample container from the office. Oh, you need.
Okay, this is it.
Jadi itu glove-nya masih dipakai.
I'm not looking to overdose.
Wah, pemeriksaan ya. Telepon.
I'm dehydrated. I should drink more water. I've already taken my pills. Not looking to overdose.
Oi.
As expected, sleeping like a log.
Sleeping?
I'm jealous.
What? Matanya kebuka gitu. Terus mana? Call a taxi from the office. What? Oh.
Fuck. What's going on here?
Anjir. Apaan itu guys?
Hurricane Taxi, we will take you wherever the wind takes you.
Hello. I would, like to order a taxi to 574 Presley Street.
Okay, hun. All of our drivers are busy at the moment. Best I can do is within the next hour.
An hour? Oh, no. Alright. Let it be.
Can I take your name?
Jack Hanman.
Okay, thank you. Do you have our loyalty card?
No.
Would you like to set one up? For regular customers, we have discounts and extra...
Would that make the taxi get here faster?
Well...
I thought so. Thank you. Goodbye. This is already giving me a headache. Ah, Jesus, what now? Yes, how can I help you?
Jack, why did you do that? Why did you do that? Why did you do that?
Oh my God! What was that? What the fuck? Fuck. This was some kind of mistake. An hour here. I've already taken my pill. I'm not looking to overdose.
Drink some whiskey.
Oh, strong. Everything's spinning.
What? Mimpi lagi dia. Go. Apaan nih? Eh? Anjir. Hilang. Mimpi lagi nih pasti nih dia nih. Kayak yang tadi. Chapter 5.
Do I... Is this... Fucking shits. They went too far this time.
Wow.
What's that? Is that blood? Oh God, what's happened? Oh, Mr. Ridley? Oh fuck. Can't you hear all this commotion?
Biar gambarnya terang. Fokus. Kok dia bisa minum 2 kali? Oh ini yang iya. Ini dia bisa jadi overdose ya. Bisa sampai berapa nih dia minum? Wow. What?
Are you deaf?
Sure, whatever you say, Henry.
Why is that even funny? Do I need to bring you the evidence?
Sure, if you have some. Me? I think you slept too much myself.
Go! I guess I should take my pills.
Kok minum lagi?
I should go to the cemetery later. Buy flowers. Not today. To forget the most important of things.
Dia bisa minum lebih dari 1. Oke. Ini kayak hidden skin yang lain ya dia. Ada something di sini. Ini satu lagi. Coba lihat itu apa beda. Oke, sudah ke apron.
Every fucking time. Oh my God. Alice. No.
Huh? Alice.
It's only just... Oh, I'm so tired. So damn tired. God. What has someone done? I need to prepare. Get a voice recorder. At the Louvre, investigators determined that the victim was most likely dumped close to the nearby forest. The body was lying in the grass beside the road. According to the information provided by the aforementioned friend, the car belonged to the Hurricane Taxi. A friend at the salon testified that the last time she saw Amber was 2 weeks ago. Why do people do such things? I'll move on. I'll move on to undressing the deceased.
Wow. Nice.
The deceased was brought in. Now, photographic documentation. The deceased's skin is extremely pale. No livor mortis is visible. The deceased is missing her right arm. Lots of rough, irregular slashing cuts. The deceased is caked in dirt and mud. The palm and front of the hand is covered with numerous wounds. The deceased is also missing her left leg.
Jadi kaki kiri sama tangan kanan hilang. Kita mesti nemuin dua lagi. Apa ini?
Extensive hematoma on the victim's forehead.
Ada lagi tuh.
Several signs of redness on the neck and chest. You can see that Alice has been through a lot.
Performing the autopsy. Wait, this. Perform the autopsy. Okay.
Why is she so... Focus. The overall picture is... I'll grab the magnifying glass.
Magnifier. Pala.
The wound looks relatively fresh. The deceased could have fallen, or maybe she was struck hard. Minor redness appearing in several places. The wounds were stitched up by someone who knew what they were doing. However, it seems that the sewing was done in a hurry, and quite carelessly at that. There are no signs of internal bleeding, detectable through an internal examination. The wound on the bend of the elbow seems much deeper. I'm wondering about this bruising. Both the arm and leg were taken all the way to the joint. The perpetrator used a scalpel, but the cut line itself looks jagged. These wounds appear to have been caused by crawling across rough ground.
Kayak ditarik gitu dia.
Let me sum this up somehow. This injury could, it seems, there appear to be the stitching. We do not know the exact circumstances of the wounds, or I assume some of the wounds were made by the victim crawling, and the hickeys are not fatal. Even though the wounds, it is unknown how much infection could have extensive toxical. I'll check with the UV lamp whether what the perpetrator did. This has the hallmarks of some sick sexual fantasy. I will check the UV lamp whether cases like these can be extremely strong and clear traces of tape. Alice, you know that I would never.
What did you do? Check the bathroom for your pills. Balik lagi.
Jack, breathe. It's just. Pull yourself together.
Mati kali ya. Karena dia overdosis. Bener. Mungkin enggak. Kita tidak tahu. Kita banyakin ya, kita banyakin. Let's see. Udah 5 ya. Oke, stop. Balik ke ruang.
Well, we left off with the torso. More traces of the dramatic. You can see that there are traces around the hickeys. Most likely saliva.
Itu bibir ya.
Traces of smeared blood from wounds. The perpetrator was obviously looking for an opportunity to fulfill his paraphilia. Oh, Christ. The police will have plenty to do. If I can find my hard drive, I could just take an X-ray.
Get the hard drive in the
I'll move
office.
these tables away. Make room for the X-ray machine.
Oh shit.
Maybe
Go.
Dorothy should take over for me today. I keep wandering off in my thoughts. Fuck! What's going on here?
Anjir. Oh, bisa ditekan nih. Oh,
Have I lost my mind?
Oh.
I must have gone crazy. Oh, here it is. Huh?
look at the X-ray. Look at the X-ray. Di mana X-ray-nya? Gudang.
Oh, these bulbs need
Take
changing.
X-ray. gas 3 kilo ini. Mana X-ray-nya? Mana guys? Di sini nggak ada. Lanjut.
They all know.
Hah?
Huh?
Did you answer your phone?
Telephone? What phone?
They all know.
Huh?
The phone rang a few minutes ago.
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, ini.
For you to take medicine.
How so?
For you to get results.
Yeah. I'll call them back.
Ini ya. Oh ini.
Oh, I guess I've been here too long.
Seru.
How many takes is it? It all rolls into one.
Tank.
Now fire it up.
Turn on the X-ray machine. Yang mana sih? From the side. Nih. Mount panel under the head. Sini. Frame the head and take the X-ray. Thread.
Oh, now center it between the eyes at the root of the nose.
Gimana nih? What? Udah. Terus gimana? Ini ke semua sampai kaki. Sampai kaki ya? Oke. Enggak. Mana sih? Udah mentok sampai sini. Apa disesuaiin sama kotak yang sini? Udah. Klik tombol apa lagi nih? Oke, gue bingung nih. Dem 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 dem. Gimana ini? Udah benar. Kenapa ya? Kenapa ya? Wait. Mm-mm. Sebentar guys. Oh, bingung. ini.
Okay, looks
Okay.
good.
Oh iya ya, mesti pas di sini.
I thought for sure this whole thing would have tripped the breaker.
Take the hard drive to the
Alright, I just need to take the hard drive to the lab. I'll print the image and... I need to check the frontal bone, crystal galley, aneurysm, internal auditory canals, Alice, ethmoid and frontal sinuses. Why did this have to happen to her? And now I can print it. It looks like a good exposure, but why can't I see the wound? I need to look at this in the light box.
box di mana? Sini. Wait.
Strange. I guess I'll have to repeat. Let there be light. Damn. I knew this luck wouldn't last.
This box.
I almost believed that this would go off without a hitch tonight. Off to the storage room I go. These flickering lights would drive anyone over the edge. And now it's all broken. Great. Fuck. Don't you wish? I'll need the flashlight and to find Ridley for help.
Get the flashlight from the table.
What?
Damn. Ridley-nya hilang mulu anjir. Ridley, gimana kau? Lah, mobil udah. Sini. Sini cek apa? Si Ridley-nya mana, woi? Ini nggak ada apa-apa juga. Balik lagi ya. Coba ya, kita balik lagi. Sini apa? Sampah. Listrik kan. Lagi mahal. Itu ya, ada tanda mungkin ke sana. Nah, ini apa?
There's a surprise. Why is it that whenever I need Ridley for something, he magically disappears into the ether? Oh my god. Oh, alright. What now? I'll start the generator in the shed.
Okay.
Maybe it's been left unlocked. For once, Ridley's carelessness will be useful. It's getting cold.
Nggak guna ya.
Must have rained
Kerja.
earlier. Great. And the keeper of the keys has left his post. God, I haven't even started the dissection yet. Fuck it. I'm gonna get a hammer. I don't have the time or the strength.
Hammernya di dalam. Balik lagi nih. Gerak lagi nih. What? Storage. Storage di sini. Ini dia mana?
Jesus. I feel like
Destroy look. Okay. It looks compromised. Okay. We good. Duh, lah.
God damn it. It's actually holding up. Well. Something new in this. God. Something's missing here? Some kind of switch or a crank. Oh no. There's so much shit in here. Yes. I think this will work. It fits. Alright. Now, just to crank it up. Something wrong? Great, get started. Not for long. Oh man, maybe it's low on
Look
fuel.
at some fuel. Lah ini fuelnya sebelahnya kan. Nih. Fuelnya di sebelah mana? Sekarang hampir jam 1 ya. Oh shit. Generator juga. Gimana? Gelap banget nih. Ini ya. Alkohol. Bener nggak sih? Gimana nih? Hmm. Look at some fuel. Fuelnya di mana nih guys? Wait. Di atas ya. Ada. Di atas. Wait a minute. Damn.
Finally. I'll just...
Balik lagi kita mengisi fuel
I think I've had enough.
generator.
I shouldn't even be here. Not today.
Lampunya nyala.
guess that's enough. Nice. Another empty jerry can to add to the collection. I'm not used to my presence.
Itu siapa?
My head. What just happened? What the fuck? Who tied me up?
It's only for a moment. Sorry, man.
Steven? What the fuck do you mean?
Think I hit you too hard with that shovel.
Oh, haha, great fucking joke. Untie me now. I don't have the energy for your shitty games.
Mm-hmm. Me
Temannya
too.
sendiri.
I don't understand. Steven, what do you mean? This has got to be some kind of mistake.
You and your moaning, you and your problems. You're not the victim here.
But...
Shut up! Can you shut your mouth for just one fucking second? To me, you are just a murderer.
What?
What? Knocked down? You thought I didn't know anything?
I don't have any idea what you're talking about! Steven!
My poor sister. Even now, you can't muster up any courage, any honesty. You disgust me. I suspected you from the beginning. As soon as I found out that Alice is dead, I knew it was you. Tumors, aneurysms, unexplained circumstances. Who are you trying to fool? For God's sakes, you're a doctor!
Steven, no. It doesn't work like that.
Shh! I haven't finished talking. Why did you lie, Jack? Why didn't you say anything? You confessed! I knew I had to do something about it myself. Any of this making any sense yet? Threats, a ring, photos, Red Pete on the loose? He died in that accident, by the way.
You sick fuck.
Yes, I am! You've no clue just how much. Oh, I'm on some fantastic fucking drugs for it. Only, I've been slipping them to you. I was hoping to break you down, that you'll be pushed into doing something drastic to yourself, and I'll just stand there and watch.
Her tumor was incurable.
That's a filthy lie.
Oh,
This...
dia ngobatin
It was only a matter of time.
sisternya ya.
Again, lying!
I saw the scans.
You know what? I think I've had enough of your bullshit.
All right. Okay. I lied, but hear me out. We had an argument that day. Worse than usual. I was drunk. And I was angry. There was a fight. I pushed her against the wall. She hit her head and she fell. Yes. Just like that. Limp and lifeless. I panicked. I thought, I don't know. I didn't think at all.
Jadi ngebunuh
I was
si
afraid I had caused
istrinya.
it. That someone will accuse me. That'll be the end of my career. When I called an ambulance, it was too late. Way too late.
It
Dia
wasn't
ngebunuh si
an accident.
istrinya.
And then I lied. I said that's how I found her. That I wasn't there with her. And now, there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about it. Everything. This whole year. Just dead memories. As if I didn't exist at all. Since that day.
Fuck, here we go again. Even now. Even now, you have the nerve to lie.
Stephen, I'm sorry. I suffered too.
It wasn't an accident! You understand now? Someone has to pay for this!
What's going on here? Stephen dropped the gun.
It's none of your business, Sean. Leave and forget you saw anything.
Steve, you know I can't do that.
Mr. Ridley, please, run!
Shut up!
You know I'll shoot if I have to.
Well, in that case, that makes two of us.
Stephen, no!
Oke. Tamat. Jadi si dokternya ini ngebunuh istrinya. Terus dia berbohong kalau dia nggak ribut sama istrinya, dia nggak ada di tempat, padahal dia ada di situ berantem. Oke. Tapi kok bisa si Steven bisa tahu ya, uniknya. Oke, gitu aja. Terima kasih sudah menonton live atau replaynya. Sampai jumpa di game yang lain. Good night.